Hello, everybody. Let's just make sure. Yep, everything looks good. And we are back here at Hush House for more Book of Hours. It has been a hell of a week for me, but I'm here, and I'm ready to relax. Play some Book of Hours, chill with some friends, and just spend some time with you all. Right. Where did we last leave off? Right. We had completely finished the restoration of the main body of Hush House. It's done. It's all completely finished. And we're extending some tendrils down. Bing bong, book o'clock. Hello, base. Good to see you. We've extended down the well into some of the chambers underneath the house. Namely, we went down to the sacred spring where the water is drawn from. Into the pump room. And over to the Rowanarium and the Silver Vault. There's still plenty more to discover here. And plenty more ways to do it. Because not only do we have a staircase coming down from the wine cellar, there's also this little pathway, a little staircase down along the outer cliffs. Scary. Which currently is blocked by a shrieking cloud of seagulls. Yeah, the caves are great. I dearly love them. Favorite section of the house? Maybe. I do adore the combination of the reading room and the Westcott room. These are pretty much my favorite rooms in the house, but in terms of an entire area being my favorite, yeah, this has got to be it. The prison always just kind of creeps me out, but we are making our way there. We've made it as far as the jail yard, but we're blocked by quite a lot of burned stuff, and also worms. Right. So what kind of day is it today? It's a foggy day. I remember we were doing things with fog last time. Let's see if we can do anything more with fog. On imperfections. Well, fog plus shapt already gets us to 5. I think that our strongest knock... Our strongest knock is still 2 from any of these guys. So that gets us up to 7. There's unfortunately no good knock tools that we have. So 10 is still a little bit out of reach. But 8... 8 might be doable. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... And then... Well, there's a couple of things we can do, and one of them is that we could, right out of the gate, take one of our pattern books, Cardea's Delights, and take a quick reread of it in case we need knock from a memory. I'll let that get started for a bit before I actually do the thing itself. As for other things to do today, it looks like we've already got unusual help being sought at the Sweet Bones. As always, walking on the moor is just good in general. Actually, I might be upgrading one of these. Let's go with Kernevek Henevek. And let's go beachcombing. Speaking of birthday, throw a party in game. Who would you invite to your party? Ooh, I haven't really wanted to throw a salon just yet because there's just not a lot of people, but I suppose there are the Islanders. Douglas has been incredibly helpful. Obviously, he's getting invited. Let me see. Pearl and Tided. Yeah, so I think... Sorry, not Douglas. Denzel. Denzel is the name. I was confusing him with the detective, whose name I think is Douglas, but yeah, Denzel's been crazy helpful. He is getting invited to the party. I don't think I can invite the postmistress. Let's see. Who's invited to the Cookout Bran Krug edition? I think definitely Corso and Aeson are invited. And possibly... How many people can I invite? Let me see. I think only about 5 or 6. Yeah, there's 5 slots for guests, and then there's 1 slot that can only go to Rowena. Right. Five unless you form your courier, yeah. Okay. Denzel, Corso, Aeson, and probably the Keels. Because, like, I obviously want to invite Mrs. Keel. She has been insanely helpful. Mr. Keel, we didn't end up working with him for a while because we just didn't have the whist for it for a long time. But I'm not going to be that asshole who invites one half of a couple. At least not until they've been to a few parties as a couple. Oh, 1 villager per salon? I see. Okay. In that case, we'll go with Denzel. Corso. Aeson. Serena Blackwood as thanks for giving us this guest book in the first place and for being very helpful in general. And, lots of couples bickering at the table, too. Oh, no. At this point, the genders would be a little bit unbalanced, so let's go with Coquille. Okay, so Corso, Aeson, Serena, Coquille, and Denzel. So, right. If I were to do that... what kind of foods do they all like? Is there a way to easily check that? Is it the same as their invitation thing? It's in my noggin. I see. Okay. You know what? Give me a second. Let me open up a notepad. Book of Hours, Guest, Food, Preferences. And I'll put down our first 5 guests, which are, let's see here, Serena Blackwood. Make a separate section for villagers as well. Denzel, Serena Blackwood. Corso and Asan. Alrighty. I'll save that as Serena Forge, Kokio Grail, Azita Edge. It's probably the same as, looking at it, it might be just the same as their, type of ink that we need for them. Oh no, Corso likes Grail. Okay. And I'm gonna assume Denzel's probably Forge. Righto. Let's see what we've got already made. Well, the roast pheasant will be good for everyone who likes heart and forge. In fact, we've got plenty of forge food. Oh, the potatoes have grail. The orange jumbo also has forge and grail. Onion rings have grail and heart. Oh yeah, orange jumbo actually has everything that we want. Grail heart. The one thing here, let me see. We've got a main course, a side dish, pudding. So yeah, I think that the roast potatoes are going to be our side dish. Now, unfortunately, the roast pheasant doesn't have grail. How important is it that I cover everyone's bases with every course? Like, will the Grail people be upset if roast pheasant is the main course? One each, I make Morgan eat boiled eggs. Okay, that's fair. So if we have this set up, then everyone can eat something, and I just have to provide a first course. Let's see. We've got the rest of our food laid out here. We do, in fact, have boiled eggs. No one really likes the boiled eggs except for Aeson, so let's check and see if we have any other first courses. A couple things down there work as a first course, apparently. Lots of pickled mushrooms are possible. Aeson might be moon food, sky beverage. Ooh. In that case, do I have any moon foods? Got the Poire Belle Helene. Alright, I'm gonna check this myself. 1 second. Apparently it's moon food, but sky drink. Alright, I need to make a moon food. Let's make that today's goal. Or more specifically, what are all the first courses, and can I make any of them with moon? That one requires an amber pumpkin. Aha! I need to make bread. Let's see. What were the steps for making bread again? It was, flour? I'll use health for this. That's metal, not health. Put the onion rings here. The opportunity for today is a consulting engineer. Forge Sky Lantern. Well, sky is useful up here. And down here. Yeah, I think our best bet is to unlock the Howling Chamber. Okay, so Faust will bring us up to 5 sky. We can add a half pot of Blue Crown. 7. Need 4 more. One from the tool. One from a memory. That should be like 2. And honestly, then, yeah, we just use another boiled egg. I already have one, but I'll make another once the rest of my cooking is done, which means that I should probably be getting more eggs is the main thing. Right, we got our pattern memory. And let's also use Shapt at the Sweet Bones. And reread Apollo and Marcius. I'm an idiot. I just used my damn Shapt. Alright, we've got the dough. And now we're gonna make some bread. Animal bones. Oh, thank goodness I had put my Shapt in the thingy. I was wondering where my other Shapt was. Okay. False alarm. Very appropriately, we're going to be reading the Gospel of Zacchaeus. An extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mantis through the opening of his body. Well, we know a little something about scars and wounds. So let's use that as our lens for interpreting this text. 5, 4. Driftwood fragment. Bleh. Okay, good to know. I've always wondered about this, that it looks like Terrence is a rooster, but no, apparently Terrence is correctly a chicken and can produce eggs. That's why I was always using tuppence, because I kind of thought that it was possible Terrence might be a rooster. Terrence is just a magic rooster? I see. Arcane arts they do not teach you in the Mansus. And this is 108. Ava de Wolf discourses on the Fifth History, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The great hooded princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. Interesting. There's not very many books that are actually written by Ava in the that I've found in the game so far. I remember her talk about gems. I'm interested in hearing what she has to say about history. I honestly find her incredibly fascinating. The Fifth History is most noted, I think, because the Great Hooded Princes came from that history, right? I believe so, yes. Red. Extra effort soul, oh no. Oh, come on! Soul and specifically weather. So you're telling me that if I put in the pattern instead of the weather... Ugh, I should have done that in the first place. I should have done that in the first place. They don't think there are any other soul cards besides Shapt that have any knock on them, are there? Alright. We failed to read the Gospel of Zacchaeus. Let's go all in on our engineer. Oh, hence 108 because it's a reference to the original 54 members of separate timelines. Oh, that's clever. I like that. The only reason we know so much about the Fifth History and Marakat and stuff, I think. I don't know. Sounds about right. Oh, some stuff got shuffled around in the save, and all of my Catwink ended up on top of the globe. Alrighty. Plus knife. Fried mushrooms on toast. Oh, I forget. Do we have... No, wait. We used our mushrooms to make that, that one mushroom, mushroom whip. What? A defeat when additional knock is present makes Shapt vulnerable to Cusis? In which the door, Shapt, cannot be closed. The doors of my soul have opened too wide. Every sound rings like a bell. Every word scratches at my eyes or skin. Okay. Well, this isn't super useful to us, so let's deal with it. Acusis is an oversensitivity to conversation or sensation. Ever had a sensory issue? Not often, but when I go into a crowded bar, I sometimes can't handle it. That's something I can take care of soon enough. I know we're cutting it close. I know we're cutting it extremely close. But we made it. Great chunks have been torn from the walls of this room. The wind roams the place like a trapped beast, battering to and fro. Quartz chunk. Honey scar. Hairs. Water. And fried mushrooms on toast. You can do great things with these with a simple white sauce with black pepper, but sometimes you're just hungry. Oh, should I have added... Hold on. No, it looks like we're good. Okay. Fed has an attribute called gisting, and I like to relate that, or gisting, when you are browsing streaming services and you get the gist of every show, so you don't actually explore the concepts in those shows. Gisting is the bane of exploration. I like that. Alrighty. First course with Moon. And everyone else gets their, like, forge stuff. Oh, and it's 1 dish per person? Okay, so I need 5 dishes in total. Let's go with grape salad. That's easy enough to make. Alrighty. And now for drinks. Mr. Fekri liked Sky, so we can probably give him either Lapsang Souchong or some homemade Blue Crown tea. And then we have Princess Coquille, who just likes Grail. Dr. Blackwood, who's all in on Forge. Probably loves homemade Blue Crown. He'll talk about gardening anyway. Corso also likes just Grail. And who am I missing? Who have I not checked? No, Denzel. Denzel will eat anything. Okay. So, for Grail, we can pour out a bottle of Domaine Raveline. Aeson is a goober, but according to his herbery, that's because he's bad at being a Scaptodon. Yeah, I still don't quite know how that works. I suppose that if you certain like edge stuff can probably reshape you to an extent. I know the Colonel likes making monsters. There we go. We'll make the Blue Crown. And as for Serena, Lionsmith makes... Of course, it's right in the name, the Lionsmith. I'm dumb. Do we go with Roscragon whiskey? Not Armagnac de Is. Oh no, Strathcoin whiskey doesn't have any forge. It's got scale instead. Right, we'll go with Roscragan whiskey. Which is already poured out for us. Nice. Skeptodons are his too. Aeson is wildly chill for that being the case. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how he was bad at being a Skeptodon. He's not, like, vicious enough. Right. He also likes the tides and a certain Pale de Wolf, but so does everyone. Yeah, Ava de Wolf is like Hush House's most eligible bachelorette. At least until I got here. But yeah. One, two, three, four, and now we just need the blue crown. Okay. Let's get the invitations going. Also, we should probably cure that Acusis before we actually host a party. That seems like the smart thing to do. Okay. Catwink is Grail, Moon, and Edge. And some scale. So. Oh. Right. Right. There's Coquille's invitation. It's raining. Okay. Better to do this one at the Westcott desk. More Catlink. Right. Serena's invitation is done. How do I... How do I invite Denzel? Do I just have to grab him? Like his assistants? Or do I actually have to do something else? Soul card. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Health will do. There's that. Curing the winter. Oh! He sent me some butter! Denzel knows more oddities than the average country blacksmith, but being both more taciturn and less erudite than some other visitors may be slightly less productive of lessons. Well, I just appreciate your presence, Denzel. He have butter, though. Yeah. That is genuinely a very thoughtful gift. Thank you so much, Denzel. Alrighty. Next up, we've got Kokil, Serena, Denzel. Alright, how about Asan? Herbs and infusions. Well, I learned this from him. Alrighty. And finally, Corso. Actually, wait, I don't even need to use my Faust here. I'm planning on having the party tomorrow. I should probably start inviting people around roundabouts midday today to give them time to get here. Salons need to be held at certain times based on dinner, lunch. Yeah, I did notice that the place that I'm planning on having it is okay for afternoon or evening. What have we got? A memory, perfect. Duende and an extra soul card. Okay, we can manage it. I just got the Beguiling Melody. That's a soul card. Suppose I could just use a health here, but I think I want to actually use this memory. And perfect. Hawthorne, which I remember was very useful for us at one point. And more Pilchards. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be getting the unusual help today. I need to spend my talk feeding the chickens. Right. Prayers addressed to the Red Grail by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should remember not, let our children remember in their redmost dreams. One prayer describes how sufficient Grail aspect can be used with Tridesma Hiera rites to give a life, a little life to a doll twisted from fabric. Tridesma Hiera and Satisfaction. Alrighty. Satisfaction is here. Tridesma Hiera, the triple knot. And let's see here. Unfortunately, I think that all of our relevant skills are exhausted. So that will be something for tomorrow. Actually, wait. Hold on a moment. Our shaft is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dishes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drinks. And it's afternoon going into evening, which should be correct for the... We might be able to have it today instead of tomorrow. Everyone's arrived very quickly. So do let me know if I'm doing something wrong here, but I think... I can just... do this, right? Oh, wait. Okay, I need to add soul cards, I just realized. Okay, this is a bad idea. So instead... Wait, why can't Serena... forge, right? Uh-oh. What beds can Serena even sleep in? Okay. Hold on. Okay. A bed that matches their interest, apparently. But she's interested in Forge and Lantern, and she doesn't want any of these beds. Hold on. I don't know. I don't understand why this isn't working. I'm hoping that I'll still be able to do this properly. Also, hold on, actually. That way I'll at least get some use out of that thing. While we're here, let's check out this room we just opened a little while back. Eels de Wolf inherited his father Valentine's madness and was found unfit to inherit, so his sister Ava held the isle in his stead. When his fits of violence became uncontrollable, he was confined here in the tower, where his sister would visit him 3 times a week, until his escape sometime in the late 1720s. Eels's ultimate fate remains unknown. We have a Stimpfling. Ava de Wolf taught her father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he never learned to like them. Skill issue for Valentine because I love him. He is very friend-shaped. Alright, today's focus is the party. Well, glad we didn't hold the party outside. It's hailing. Oh, hold on. I can probably read that. 1 second. Hail. Metal. Ragged Crossroads. And a knife. That brings us up to 9. I think we'll still make it. As long as we're in the afternoon when it happens, I think we're golden. Extra effort soul. Awen or things. Okay, so we need a thing that is edge. What edge things do we have? Lots and lots of things, honestly. Honestly, it's probably better to look for edge than to look for things specifically. Wait, can I just, Natalia Brio's bust. Okay, yeah, we have plenty of time. Dr. Blackwood will... We're already at noon. Dr. Blackwood will still be ready by the afternoon. Me reading to a bust and getting edgier. So this is the Edgelong Dardesh boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, than nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against another. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardish's boasting at length turns melancholy, and Edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware to her frustration that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and Colonel use to sustain the world. Edicts Martial, and it's a contradiction. Oh, that's actually... So that's why contradiction is considered to be an edge thing. Let me actually move some stuff around. Yeah, you want to kill someone, but you also don't want to. Level 2, Edicts Martial. Excellent. Bingo. Okay, I think we're ready. It is currently the afternoon. Bingo. Alrighty. Let's see how this goes. Achievement. Stress cannot exist in the presence of a pie. I hosted guests for luncheon. Heal metal. Definitely something I was thinking about, though it is a positive note that I do have Shapt for Forge if I need it. A more sober tone. Oh, I see. It wants specific ones. Alright, so we're using Faust. Serena and Corso gloomily dispute the poet Kale's menacing aphorism. A star is a pinprick, but the sun is a wound. Corso believes it presages the later division of the sun. Serena suggests it anticipates a horrific ending to the vagabond's prophesized pilgrimage up to the glory. That's a lesson for pyroglyphics. Conversation ebbs and flows. Raise a complex question. Add a whist card. Is speech a wound or the sun? I guess that's a determination you can make. Denzel and Aeson speak in hushed, respectful tones of Mrs. Keel's celebrated fish galettes. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that is so cute. They leak different substances, I think. Arab. Spice up the conversation. Corso is trying to impress Coquille with an impromptu recitation of the Thirsting Tantra. His pronunciation is eccentric, but Coquille seems unexpectedly interested. Eventually, it becomes apparent even to Corso that she's just angling for the location of a copy, but Corso seems unabashed. Orchids and narcotics, I think that's a new one. Inject a little gaiety, add a core card. Serena wants to contract Corso to obtain for her a long-rumored volume of Calais poetry, supposedly a development of the themes in The Sky, the Soul, for reasons she is unwilling to share. They discuss its likely location and contents, and Corso warns her that it may not in fact exist, but happily accepts an advance payment anyway. Lesson Pyroglyphics. You didn't need your medal, and salons are why I don't upgrade soul bits. Yeah, that makes sense. Another core card. Oh. Corso asks Denzel about the coastal paths and those he's seen walking them. Smugglers? Pilgrims? Ghosts? Denzel shakes his head to all of those, but he does describe an encounter his great-grandfather supposedly had with a woman from behind the wave. Oh, Path and Pilgrim, that's another new one. Add a whist card. Wow, this just keeps going, huh? It's almost tomorrow morning. Corso insists to Aeson that Teresa Galmier visited his bookshop in Oxford in person. She used a different name, so I didn't want to embarrass her. She's changed, but it's her, but she's changed. Taller, well, something like taller, not taller exactly. Stop laughing, Aeson! My guests leave happy. You've gained an additional potent memory. Happy belated birthday, they all say. Aww. A lively salon. This is a marker to remind you that you can't hold another salon until next season. Satisfaction, a curious hunch. Oh, that's a persistent card. Purifications and exaltations, orchids and narcotics, pyroglyphics, sea stories. Oh boy, we have learned a lot of stuff. Oh god, please don't be Numa immediately. Okay, okay. Path and Pilgrim is new, as is Purifications and Exaltations, as is Orchids and Narcotics. Okay, Foggy Day. Normal, not Numa. Right. Let's check today's unusual help. Mostly, let's get all these new skills. This is going to be a massive set of upgrades. Also, that Lively Salon card basically didn't last at all because... Oh dear, hold on. Right. Sorry about that. That Lively Salon basically didn't last at all because we literally had this this supper on the very last day of autumn. Speaking of... Also, why is a grayed out Dr. Blackwood still here? That's, I don't know why... What the heck? I hope that that's not going to be a problem. Path and Pilgrim. The traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. Arun Peel. Okay, so... They leave slowly. There's a hidden leaving the Hush House slot and only one person can occupy it. That's what's going on. Also, of note, the traveler is always returning. That's actually a holdover from the Sunless Sea stuff. Traveler returning is a recurring phrase there. Yeah, unless you're a wanderer, simply lost. Yeah, there she goes. Okay. The affair of the Madame Olympe Bechet. Essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Kerisham Review. The Affair of the Invisible Opera. No one has ever successfully staged an entire performance of Wings Within Wings, but now someone is trying again. Another opera! We just had The Affair of Apollo and Marsyas. Rail and Moth Mysteries. And we have a surrealist painter. Yeah, I don't think the surrealist painter is going to be doing much for us. I mean, if we could get her all the way up to high Moth and high Rose, that would be great, but I don't think we have the resources at this point. We simply don't have the skills yet, which I should start working on that. I suppose the staff room could be something that she does. But even then... Yeah, okay. No, she might be useful for the prison in general. Alright. Before we make any commitments... No, but we have to talk to Madame Olympe. But that can be saved for tomorrow if need be. We're pretty sure that we can... Okay, I have to check. Okay, yes. She's apparently less picky than Serena about beds. Now, we do have 3 Moth there, actually. 3... If we were... Check something. 4... 5, 6, 7... 8, 9... 10, 11, 12, 13... 14... Do we have any foods that are just 1 Moth? Almonds are a possibility. Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I actually think this is doable. I think that we can do here, grab our Leafy. We've got orchids and narcotics here. There is no greed without beauty. Purifications and exaltations. Madame Bechet will be staying here for some time. Mending. Now we've got purifications and exaltations. Egg. Now, let's go. We have a plan. And I think we still have time to do it. Granite slab. More rock. I am already having trouble finding places to put stuff. I need to start figuring out what to do with all of these things. Fuck it, I don't know. This goes here. Right. No, actually, just in case. Oh, I need another 15 seconds to wait. Okay. Next up is a curious hunch. Foresight. What that can do for us. The Invisible Opera has a lot of the same goobers as Apollo and Marsyas. You could summon the Sky Aspect Parade. Yeah. Well, no, it's Grail. It would be the Grail people. Collaboration, memory. Next up is Leafy. Hokabald sucks, so let's not. Oh no. Oh, not yet. I know it screwed me over last time, but I still think that we should go primarily with the fog as the memory, because if there isn't a memory slot, but there is one for like a wall art or a thing, we want to have the best possible odds of getting the extra one. And have a drop of honey. We are so close. Blue crown. Blue crown. Lenten rose. not experimented with Lenten Rose. It does have a lot of rose to it, which could be useful. Does it tea? Excellent question. I will check. Oh, and we've got our regret, which means that we can... Actually... go a step forward with Pyroglyphics. Oh, I did already place Pyroglyphics at night. Oh well. It'll still be useful. It's not like I need to really ration out my my lessons anymore because of House of Light, which is very nice. No, Lenten Rose on its own apparently does not tea. Does it candle? Okay, let's see. We'll have to wait for Pyroglyphics to be out and upgraded before we do that. Alright, almost done. All we need to do now is add the shears. Stuff also things, the right sky's weather, that again. Extra effort soul. Luckily, this time, we have things. We can use a moth orchid here. Hopefully it won't be used up, though. You know what? Serpentinite slab, that's what we're going to use. Right, we wanted to know if it candles. Okay. As much as I like the caves, typewriters are peak. True, but we went to all this effort to get 15. I'm gonna do the caves. Wait, where do we even make candles? In the kitchen, got it. The hearth is cold, the floor thick with dust, the walls streaked with nitra. Old invocations and forbiddings squeak and whisper like rats. Bingo. Oh. Eight and eight. We can finally read the damn gospel. Right now. Insects and nectars. With beeswax and Lenten rose. No, that's just a standard beeswax candle. Okay, so Lenten rose doesn't candle. The pleasure's all mine, librarian. You've heard they are attempting the Invisible Opera in Venice. The impresario, he is a friend of mine. I wish he had listened to me. My friend knows the stories of the ruin the opera brings, and still he is determined. Well, if I cannot dissuade him, perhaps I can help him. I hope that something in your collection might help him find a way. Alright. We want a moth book. Preferably a fairly small one. Six letters on necessity. Perfect. Opinions on aviform hours, or the forms the hours take at all. I'll be honest, I've never really gotten the aviform hours. Like, there's a whole thing about birds here, and birds have just never been something I'm all interested in. Maybe that's just, once again, me being way more aligned with Worm, with history, with scale. I do enjoy thinking about the forms of the hours. I think my favorite hours tend to be, well, I have a fondness for the Thunderskin, but it's not my main one. Uh, I do quite like the Mother of Ants, the old seven coiled, and the I like the moth itself, and and the Colonel, and I suppose the Velvet, yeah. In terms of the names of the sun, I'm fond of the Sun in Rags and the Menace Gate. But I'm probably forgetting several of them that I like. Another granite slab. Since it's the only Swan King here, I have no idea who those even are. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and Nock is the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the Marginalia claims that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. Memory, a stolen secret? That's new. Nock and Two Moon. You know what? I think I know the perfect place for a stolen secret to live. Stolen secrets are gonna live on this shelf right next to the Velvet who takes care of them. And down here... Here, the higher initiates of the Threefold Mysteries would meet to manage the affairs of the Black Dove and to resolve its disputes. Here, they voted to blind and expel the Chorates of the Thunderskin, who had trespassed in the inner chambers and spied on the Mysteries. From that time on, the rites of the Thunderskin were not permitted on the Isle, and the sacred drums fell silent. But the waves still beat in the bones of the rock. Even now, that slow pulse comes. Oh, actually, this might be huge. Let me check something. Yeah! Guess what? We now have a second area where we can cook, which means we can now cook 2 things at once. Oh, that's so huge. The Skeleton Songs. Poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arabella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. Okay. Hmm. Right. Uh. Well. I think. Yeah, we can read the skeleton songs easy. All right, let's do some crafting. See what we can make. Ugal ink. That could be something. Madame Olympe's address. Let me actually check something. No, I need a moth table. Yep, okay. As I suspected, she's moth. Good to know. Right. So, while I'm at it. It's a musician. Skyrose Nectar. Do you think Aaron Peel is Cirque du Soleil sized? Cursed? No. No, I don't think that... Oh, maybe. Hold on a moment. Four. 6. No, wait, that doesn't work. I only have 1. No, I'm not gonna get... I am not gonna be able to get up to 14 nectar that easily. We're going to pass on the musician for now. And go with our original plan for these ingredients. Rain and an earth sign. With our Western Griard Arab. And we're gonna make some Pyrus Orichalcunus. I regretted that. Skinless Aaron Peel, though. I do like Aaron Peel. In Arabella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustrations still exist somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. Oh, hello. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Haddington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. We can probably read that right now. Health. Rights of the Roots. We don't need a memory. We can just knife it. The 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. Ah, it's a beguiling melody book. And we've got resurgences and emergences. Well, beguiling melody means that it goes right here along with the Wind's Ruin. There we go with Horns and Ivories too. Okay, I have too much quartz. Pyrus orichalcinus, a peculiar pear with coppery skin that barely dints under the pressure of fingers. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly, he points out, there are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb only has 6 angles. That is a brave thesis. His reasoning isn't circular at all. No, no. How could it possibly be circular? It's hexagonal! Not circular! Okay. Yugal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinchuck mead, and only Skinchuck requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees. Even those bloody Blumberend. Contradiction and insects and nectars. Wonderful. Kukurit Prisoner Records, 1927. Alrighty. Oh dear, hold on. I'm gonna get these things set up, and then I'll be right back. There's something I need to do, and I'll step away very briefly. Alright. The plan was... there. And then we can grab signs and scars as well. Alright. As I said, I will be back shortly. Alright. Thank you for waiting, everyone. I am back. Right, where were we? Right, we were just upgrading Horns and Ivories once again. I think those are the last few things for the day. Horns and Ivories 3, so now we have 3 knock. Which means that, yeah, we're about to get 3 knock in another way too, but broadly speaking, it means that we're not going to run into that 8 knock problem again. And then we are also going to grab the Great Signs and the Great Scars and use our Resurgences and Emergences lesson along with our core to get that up another level. Skilled Snake, yes. Yes, I am. Right now. Now we have a level 3 Great Signs and Great Scars. Our Grail is now at 4 base from skills alone, 6 counting Arab. That's a Fear Memory. And we can just barely sneak in. Probably, that. Witching Tisan at will. Yes! That's huge. So now for the other 3. Insects and Nectars. Honestly, while it does have Chandlery, which is nice, and it's the Chandlery that we use, yeah, I'll probably go with this one. Though, it doesn't really get us anything we didn't have before. I might start upgrading Crack Track with it instead. Hieroglyphics, I think, is better spent on upgrading our Auroral Contemplations. Or Inks of Revelation further. Inks of Revelation further is probably actually better. Speaking of Crack Track, as for Sea Stories, honestly, did I use Sea Stories? I've already used Sea Stories. There's no real reason to upgrade it at this point. I'm not really using it for anything. Oh yes, the Sun Disfigured. Right. But yes, Sea Stories is Grail and Moon. Let's use it on something Moon that we want to upgrade. Or maybe Pentiments and Precursors? Yeah. Or Applebright Euphonies. What do we have that's sky-based? Not a lot upgraded, and it's the secondary of Bells and Braziers. Yeah, Applebright Euphonies might be the one. Yeah, Sun Disfigured. Right. There it is. Oh, that actually gives us Applebright Euphonies. Might not even need to. Okay. Now, we don't have our Arab, but I'm not certain that that matters. Okay, let's see here. The Sun Disfigured. Reading with Crack Track. With the Great Signs and the Great Scars. What do we need? We need this memory to give about 4 Grail to do it properly. So we probably want, yeah. This is still a little bit tricky. Especially without our Arab. We can get 2 Grail from here, 1 Grail from the Scales. If we use Arab, and I'm going to heal that right now. Oh yes, or a Puppet Reading Helper. Now, can we make Pale Moments at this point? I think that there was something about that. Let me check something here. Yes, okay. I just need fabric. Now, I remember early in the game, fabric being a very limited resource that you had to be fairly careful with how you used it. But that may have changed, because now copper wire, glue, ham. No. Nivene parchment. No, you still can't order fabric. But, okay. Bolt of Buttercup Linen. Do we have that somewhere? In the shops. Oh, hold on. Did I miss that? Where the heck is Buttercup Linen? Okay, copper wire, glue, ham, Evening Isles coffee, Dawnland coffee, a quire of paper, the 3 types of oil, Assam tea, Lapsang tea, sugar, butter, potatoes, milk, flour, drippings. That's everything from Cater and Hero. Nivene parchment. Okay. You can apparently get it from a crate of supplies. But that's also a that's also a limited resource. Let me check something because I had an old strategy that I used. Okay. Yeah, so that's the strategy, is actually using Swaddled Thunder. Now, right now, we basically don't have a chance. What we would need is to put together somehow a total of... Well, first off, we would need a Thunderskins Paean, which requires us to very specifically use either drums and dances, which we don't have yet, or strings and songs, and get it all the way to 10 heart. Then once we were there, there's a couple more things we can use for Swaddled Thunder, including stitching and binding, cleavings and quellings, and quenchings and quellings, and weavings and knotworkings. But it kind of all ends up in the same place, which is to say, the 15 heart that you need. Now, it does help that the Thunderskins Paean grants heart 4 on its own, so you only need to get 1 more than you did previously. But still, that's how I always used to get fabric. Because other methods of getting it are non-renewable. So, let me check something. Technically, you can also get fabric by beachcombing during Numa to get human hair, but that's a bit of a weird way to do it. I mean, here's some buttercup linen, but yeah, Okay, so I think that Sun Disfigured is probably... Oh, actually, hold on. Maybe we can do something. I forgot. There's an aspect to this I forgot. So to get a Thunderskin's Paean, we just need to use the drum. And if we put in strings and songs, and core, seven, eight, nine. Okay, strings and songs doesn't have to be as crazy high as I thought it did. I just need a way to upgrade it. Which currently I don't have. But you were right to say that let's look at other high grail things. Effective against corruptions, effective against corruptions. Aha! Purifications and exaltations. So, okay. Ah, and herbs and infusions. That's much more important, actually. Okay. 2. I think I've got it. I think I have a plan for something to do. Gonna do. Ah, hail. Oh, yeah, and as for the other thing that I remember we wanted to do... Wait, we need to do this at Ava's desk. The Wound Wounds. It's in Kilasimi. Sure. That's actually pretty cheap. Got our Earth sign. A poet. Well, it is a good day for Sky. That's probably doable. 4, 5, 8, 10. Yeah. Five creations. The itinerant scholar Shohei debated 5 possible origins for humanity with a hooded figure, since claimed to be the beach crow. Shohei later claimed that all these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. These are the 5 origins I was talking about last Book of Hour stream. Yep, I recognize it. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Transformation. Ah, that old chestnut. That's not a particularly difficult book. It is in Aramaic, but still. Oh, excuse me just a moment. Alright, I'm back. Apologies for the wait. Okay. He's already at 8. We're gonna give him some blue crown. And there we go. Easy 12 sky. And we've got you. Which will replace the one that we used earlier to make the Pyrus Orichalcunus. Some sea glass. Hmm. Trying to find something in particular. Um, is there a workstation? Unfortunately, it looks like I wanted to turn this seashell into more Catwink, but a place that can accept moon and material is a little bit tricky. But what about scale? Is there anything I can do with that? The necropsy table, apparently. Oh yes, we can put that in. Is there anything we can do with it? Unfortunately, Trist doesn't go in. But if we take 2 seashells, that makes a midnight mark. Shoot. And Edict's Marshal can't take it either. Okay, ugh. Well, looks like I can't really do anything useful with these seashells after all. I was really hoping. I mean, I suppose that I can make them into a midnight mark. Which could be something, at least. way at least clear things up a little. Here the wind's rage is so great that I can barely stand upright. It forces me to retreat back to the stairs. I can hear the voice in the wind now, crying out in sorrow as great as the wind's rage. That's just Valentine. He's a bit mopey. Yeah. God, this place must be haunted as shit. Like, even all the weird hour stuff aside, there's gotta be ghosts here, right? Or do ghosts not actually exist in this setting? Right. Darling, hello. I have the teensiest favor to ask. You know they're having another crack at the Invisible Opera, and you know what that always means? Bereavements. So that's your stake in it, Kokio, huh? My family of the moment are total sweethearts, of course they are. But I am just the tiniest bit restless. And well, if anyone in Venice might find themselves suddenly down a daughter, I'd like to have done my research. Oh. Girl. Alright, Grail 4. Skeleton songs will work. One does follow some odd little byways, doesn't one? Perhaps there's something in it. We'll see. Off to Venice. Right. And now, it was herbs and infusions with an impulse memory, an earth sign, and insects and nectars lessons. We're going to be making that bigger. We've got a midnight mark now from those seashells. And finally, Goldscry Tower Summit. In 1721, Valentine fell, or leapt, from the tower top. There were no witnesses, and his body was not found for 3 days. His daughter Ava was the last to see him alive, and of their last conversation, she would only say that he had begun to fear the sun. In Memoriam, Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brankrug. Right. I still can never remember how exactly you're supposed to tell the game that you are, in fact, trying to clear an infestation. Um... Hmm. Let's see. If I do a book that doesn't actually require heart. No, just crafts Regensburg Balm. Maybe I have to do it in a place that explicitly doesn't. No, but then I can't put the book there. Huh. Oh, I'm an idiot. I am a complete fool. It was... It was nectar. Keeper skin can be treated with 7 nectar, not 7 heart. Idiot. Okay. So if that's the case, 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6. Yeah, let's prep for that. There we go. All right, who's next? Actually, before that... Sickle and Eclipse. And then... Oh, actually... Oh, I can make Infinite Catwink. I mean, as much as I have Trist, I can make Infinite Catwink, but... Yeah. Intuition. I'm an idiot. That's not what I actually wanted to make. Let's pivot. Okay. There we go. And that's Catwink. Oh. Ah, a winter storm. That's a powerful one. I should definitely check the Sweet Bones today, because if there's someone who uses heart or sky, there might be something we can do. Hell, there might be something we can do even if we don't have someone who uses heart or sky. If we were to take Mrs. Keel with us, then... Thunderskin pay... Actually, yeah, that's a much better idea. Okay. We'll see what we get out of there, but definitely, I think... There we go. Okay. Let's grab Corso. Stamp, envelope, send. Right, another poet. I don't think we need another poet right now. Revelation, that was the other one. Take a moment to use Arab here. Okay. Heck, we might be able to... Oh, I never actually read those. I should get to that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I should have just enough. If I... Right, got my Earth sign. Oh, right, and we were trying to do, this too. Signor Rivette. A client of mine has something that might be a version of the Invisible Opera's libretto. He's paying me to attend the performance, to listen out for differences. I'd probably be safe if I sat at the back. Only probably, so I'm going to subcontract to someone braver. I have someone in mind, someone brave, perceptive, but unfortunately not stupid. They're expecting a very special bribe, so here I am looking for inspiration. Right, skeleton songs. I have what I need. I'll see myself out. Bye, librarian. Special bribe indeed. Right. And now we have revelation. And satisfaction. Okay. Let's see here. We'll play along with the thunder. Bingo! Ha ha! More serpentinite. More driftwood. And memory impulse. Well, the driftwood, I think. Can turn into Catwink, which I will also do with wherever the hell I put the other driftwood. Where did I put that other driftwood? I now don't remember. Yeah, it does. Here it was. But hey, we're already managing to kind of speedrun the affair of the Invisible Opera. I think with Earth Sign and Impulse now, we're using our Weston Gyred Arab. Oh. Maybe I didn't need the Impulse. No, I definitely didn't need the Impulse. Oh, well. Actually, do I need the Earth Sign? Keeper Skin is persistent, but it has its weaknesses. There we go, Foresight. And... Inks of Revelation is now stronger. Another 6 pence. We'll use our Shapt to make more. Catwink, and let's make more Catwink. And there we go, Thunderskin's Payon. Oh no! Oh, it's not persistent. Yeah, okay, it looks like we can do that. The question is, can we make it even with the peon? Because, like, this was fun and all. But, well... Okay. 2 from Core. 4 from the Payon itself. It is an instrument. So that should be good. 4, 5, 6. I think that Strings and Songs is still the highest tier one we can do this with, unfortunately. So that's 7. Ah, damn. No worries, I'm thinking. I'm thinking of what to do here. So we can get up to 4 more with these 2 slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hmm. Hmm. Definitely fun making it. You do 5 from the skill if you get 4 from the peon and 2 from every slot. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, but the problem is the only skill we can use has 1. That doesn't help us. There is a 3-heart memory. It's a curious hunch. Okay. I'm gonna try to just make other heart things with this. Something we might not normally be able to make. Thyrsa Blake theorized that Keeper Skin was a debased carapace kind, or perhaps it's young, but she never could convince it to speak. The Keeper Skin contamination has been removed. No more keeper skin here. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. Whew, okay. Okay. Now, today... I think it's fair to use this to make Gideon soaks. Alright, it's a hail day. And you know what? Let me try something. Because I'm pretty sure. Or no? Hold on. No, that's not quite enough. I'd probably be using you wood to make this. So I would need this to have whatever this was to be 4 sky, which is not really happening. Okay. What about reading? Chapped with no, I don't need that. Just need to wait. I'm gonna skip gathering outdoors for a bit. Western Gyred Arab. An Earth Sign. All this. And Keeper Skin Corruption. There we go. Oh, I missed one. Oh, but I should still be good. Don't know what I missed, but didn't end up mattering. You know what? I'm just gonna Faust it. A therapeutic collection of beneficial bottles. As I recall, these are a bit tricky to store. There we go. A surrealist painter this time. Rail, Moth, Rose. There's Grail, but as I recall, it's probably better used over here. Yeah, okay. Oh, right. Start off by Collaborate Arab. Okay. The House of Lethe was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damaskene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. Oh, if I remember correctly, these are the guys who are like really, really cool, actually. At one point, male initiates were oh no, never mind. Wrong people. I thought this was the group that were like really, really cool with gay people. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration, and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously born. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. Oh dear. Ah, impulse. Okay. And we have defeated another bunch of Keeper Skin. Ordo Limine. Yes, that's probably it. I think it's mentioned somewhere that they're like... They have a ban on heterosexuals, but being gay is encouraged. Admittedly, a lot of people trying very, very hard to avoid the crime of the sky without fully understanding, like, precisely what it entails, but generally good. Oh, by the way, interesting note. I only found this out after we had gone through everything, but the fact that it's called the Crime of the Sky, if you know your mythology, you might be able to guess what it is right off the bat, because it's actually a very straightforward mythological reference. Hold on. Okay. Yep, Saturn devouring his son. Saturn was the Titan of the sky in Greek mythology, if I'm remembering it correctly. And that is fundamentally what the crime of the sky is. It's just to devour one's children. So, yeah, like, there's all this mystery around it in Cultist Simulator, and you eventually like figure out how it all works through all the books. But if you remember that like Saturn is the Titan of the sky, and that like the thing, basically, the act of him devouring his children was what ultimately set off the Titanomachy. That I don't remember who it was. One of the other beings, I believe the Saturn's wife at the time, was so disgusted by what was happening that she intentionally screwed Saturn over, saved Zeus, and gave him the secrets that would take down his father and create the Age of the Olympians. So ultimately, the crime of the sky in real Greek mythology led to a total overturning. Rhea, yes, led to a total overturning of the natural order. We went from Titans ruling the world to the Olympian gods ruling the world. Ultimately, a good thing, but it was still, not good for Saturn to do that. And maybe if that's the idea that the hours engaging in the crime of the sky could result in a overturning of the natural order, what in the world would replace the hours? Maybe that's what people are really afraid of. There we go. Fekri's Herbery. Okay. She's got 6. She's gonna get 2 from Witching Tisan, 2 from the spice scales once we get those back. That makes 10. And we just need 11, which should come from the memory we're about to give her. We might not even need the spice scales, actually, come to think of it. Hold on. Speaking of whack lore, I've been listening to a review of the Happy Science Cult's anime. It's peak, I'm afraid. Happy Science is the cult name. Huh. I have to say, I haven't heard of that one. Hello, Miss Streamrider, demand a drink. Thank you, Bippy. Hold on. Excellent. Thank you. Righto. House stream? We're doing well. We have managed to finish the entirety of the house except for the caves underneath it and this prison area. And we are beginning. We had a party in game a little while ago, so effectively a 3rd birthday celebration, though only with in-game characters. And it went very well. We learned a lot from our guests. Ah, yeah, the prison, a household staple. So, I don't know. I don't think you were here to hear about it, Bobby. But so we've got the big house, and this is the bulk of the library. On top, there's an old church. So the house started out as a bunch of caves. This is the oldest part of the house down here, and then a church was built up on top of it. Now, the top part of the church has remained the same, but the bottom part has been since remodeled, which is why it looks like there's a church on top of the house. The whole thing used to be a church. So then the church kind of fell apart due to some schism issues, and the Isle was gifted to the De Wolfs, the Barons Brankrug. And so there was a Baron family living here for a while, until their last heir died with no children, supposedly. So then the Curia of the Isle took it over. Basically, the whole place got turned into a library at that point. And we started getting the librarians. And we can actually see here, I've got these busts up that show, like, here are all of the barons mentioned. Ava was the one who died without an heir, and then we get the first librarian, Ambrose Westcott. Then Kitty Mazarine, Solomon Husher, Strathcoyne, Briot, Harry's, and then Thirza Blake. And Thirza Blake, this is the point where things change again, because she was not a particularly... she was not a prudent spender of the Curia's money. So, by this point, the library was basically bankrupt, and they had to sell out to the Suppression Bureau, at the time called the Nocturnal Branch, which is basically the government censorship institution. And Governor Collars of the Suppression Bureau ended up building this extra prison on the back of the island for his own bullshit. And then, about that state of affairs lasted until about 7-8 years ago, when there was a big fire and everyone died, and now we're here. So that's why the house has a prison on it. Right. Okay. She's now at 10 Grail. So we'll just top it off with the spice scales for 11. I like Anna's story time. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. And, like, really, that's only the very basics of the story of this game, because that's just the history of this one particular building, and even then, a very abridged history. I could go into detail about what happened to Ava de Wolf, or what was kind of going on in the prison during the time of Gervinus von Loren, and Governor Collars of the Nocturnal Branch. Or even, like, what happened in the previous game, or stories about more foundational aspects of this universe, like what exactly was the Lithomachy, or, as I actually mentioned, I actually just went on a little tangent a little while ago into Greek mythology, talking about the Saturn devouring his sons, and how that relates to some aspects of of the Secret Histories universe. There's a lot to talk about in these games, and that's why I like them. there's so much beyond what I'm immediately doing at the moment. The same story as the yard below. Seared bones, blackened walls, furniture half consumed by fierce fire, but much of the room remains untouched. And I don't know. That impulse and that's Tanglebrag. More Tanglebrag. Paint moth gold. That's something. New room. Staff room. The warders at Brandkrog were a cut above your usual prison warder. Former bureau constables, repentant no, turncoat, Tragalari, veterans of the Légion des Cils. When the end came, none of that mattered, but here for a while, when the winter storms battered the walls, they hunkered close to this glowing stove to share tea and comradeship and stories of their very different lives. They got some Dawn Lion coffee, a tiny potted tree, key hooks. All the keys of the cells still hang here. I can unlock them all at my leisure, but the most significant cells of the Cucurbit were protected by more than locks. The least cells I shouldn't trouble with. The keys to the most cells are labeled Adept, Long, WI, and unhelpfully, question mark. I'm guessing WI is worm infestation or something along those lines. Now, admittedly, if you're trying to keep out a worm infestation with just a lock, you're asking for trouble. Honestly, hold on. Question mark is cozily, I'm certain. Interesting. But yeah. Honestly, if you're trying to keep worms in a single place, you've already fucked up. Like, trying to imprison worms is a bad idea. As we'll see, that was not insignificant in the demise of Governor Collars. The thock of the darts punctuated the long evenings and drifted down the corridor to the grilled doors of the cells. The ex-Trigulari always won, and rather soon none of the other guards would play with them unless they agreed to a blindfold. He has a cell. He's along under the Elegiast who has been given his end long ago, but he persists, especially in Numa. I'm familiar with the Elegiast. In another lifetime, I went down the same path myself back in Cultist Simulator. Ah, finally, snow. I was wondering when that would happen this winter. Righto. There we go with more Catwink. Okay. Today, I think I'm going to go for doing a lot of reading, because there's a number of books that I need to get a handle on. This one should be the easiest, so I'll use the Nona desk for this. A true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the root of the house. Descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries reproduced by one Riley Grease from supposedly a much older text. It is unlikely to be genuine, but it makes a reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. Yeah, my understanding of herbs and infusions is enough for this one. And actually, simultaneously, a real Riley Grease text would be calamitous. This one will use core. And a mop and bucket. It's another surrealist painter. Okay. Technically, we can do moth, but eh. I was hoping for someone more wintry. So, hold on. Okay. Moth 11 might be doable. 4, 5, 6 with the occult scrap. 7, 8 if I start healing my Tryst. 9, which would mean I just need 2 moth from both food and drink. Honey has one moth. What drinks have moth? Obviously, Leafy. Maybe foods with 2 moth. Hmm. Wait. She's a painter. We've got moth gold. I'm gonna hire her. I want to see if this works. Oh, I don't have enough money. Okay. We're going as fast as we possibly can. 60 seconds. And we're gonna grab an egg as well. That should also take 60 seconds, so it'll be ready in time. And I will get started on healing my Trist right away. And in the meantime, also, I'm going to take this snowy day that we're having. If a spare gold spin trio, someone in Brand Krug will collect it for money. I suppose, but I still think that I'm, this is probably better. Oh, wait, no, that's Hennevic. All right, we can finally start making Solomon's preparation. Solomon's Gusher, if you will. The avant-garde choreographer Nicholas Carroll supposedly incorporated this tantra into his menacing ballets. The Ceaseless Tantra is devoted mostly to warnings about the lively creatures called percussigants, but concludes with a chant which can be used to summon them. It observes that percussigants can be taught any dance, but they prefer only one. Okay. Oh. What do you think Cosley is? I don't think he is anything. I think that's rather the point. So, maybe as a more direct answer, I think that Cosley isn't. Bingo. The moth gold paint works just fine. Excellent. Okay, got Trist. He's ended up in nowhere with all the nothings, you think? Probably, yeah. This is very obviously not an antique text. At the very least, it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial, intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors, to the human body with its many portals. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has been considered a rent or an abrasion, but in some respects it is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured point of entry. Discussions of the doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through those doors, although key incantations are missing. Eat the Cheese 27. Hello, how goes your game? Thank you, hello! It goes quite well. I'm having a lot of fun. At the moment, we've slowed down significantly on actually uncovering bits of the house. I'm mostly reading a lot of books and getting started in crafting. I'm not sure it's actually all that horny. So what I note about this is that this is the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Now, Asclepius was an ancient Greek physician and a pioneer of anatomy. So that's probably the lens we're going with here. Asclepian mysteries are mysteries of the body. I suppose it could be horny, but it seems more to be like basically a doctor just kind of going off on their obsession. And that's a lesson in weaving and not working. As well as an impulse memory. Right. Impulse, impulse, impulse. Excellent. Adore this game. The house, fun, and I've just managed to get my Resurgences and Emergence to 9, so I've read almost every Moth book I found. Such a cool game. Isn't it great? I've occasionally referred to this game as my Stardew Valley. Because, like, there's a number of streamers, including a dear friend of mine, who will play more, like, relaxing games as an excuse to just, like, kick back, not do anything stressful, and chat with, well, chat. And for me, this is that game. This is the game that I use to unwind and not do anything too stressful. Because It's just very chill, and there's a lot of interesting stuff. Meanwhile, if you try to unwind in Cultist Simulator, it's going to beat you over the head. I love that game too, but for different reasons. And there we go. Solomon's Preparation. It's so cozy and cute and fuzzy. Just because you summon the wind monster you use to assassinate cops and Cultist Sim with a flute doesn't mean it's not cozy. Of course, of course. Right. Some there. And... I should move things around again. We now actually have 3 eggs saved up, so we have something decent. This other egg I will put out here. First time I made a Wind and Waiting, I was like, didn't I kill like 3 inspectors with you? Yes. I don't know what like the main character in Cultist Simulator. I know what their problem is. They simply become a librarian, Fivehead. But yes, I'm also, for this this run through, unlike my main run, I'm organizing my books in a bit of an odd way. They're organized by memory. So my organization system, if someone were to walk in and like ask, "Hey, librarian, what system are you using to organize all this?" I'm just like, "Oh, I organize the books by how they make me feel." That which does not cease is not ceased. It's another impulse. Okay, we might need to start... we might need to move the impulse stuff elsewhere, because it's getting full. I haven't cleared enough house or used enough scrounged goods to organize my books. A Light in the Inkwell. Musgrave, 4th of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Encosta Revelationa. Ah, Inks of Revelation. How many playthroughs have you done? I don't want to say words that spoil because there's so many. Okay, I've got one main playthrough where I've basically gotten every single room in the house unlocked. I have gotten all the way to... I haven't actually finished the game, but I've gotten to that last step of finishing the game. I decided to just keep going with the run and learn more things before I actually locked it in. But basically, I have finished the game. I might as well have. I just haven't literally seen the ending. I've done everything else. So don't worry about spoiling me. In fact, I'm more worried about you being spoiled. It sounds like... I don't know how far you are. Finish the run without the DLC and now have the DLC. You know what? I think we're actually in the same boat then, because I also have finished a run without the DLC and now have the DLC. Right. Okay. Next up. Alright. Memory. Collaboration was next. That'll bring us to 10, and then we just use the tool to get to 11 in order to unlock the wormhole. Alright, let's grab more of the absolute best flower in the entire game, Blue Crown. Oh my lord, I was also the archaeologist. I tend to stream this every Wednesday, so if you want to pop in, here's my Discord, where all the notifications happen. Or you can, of course, just use Twitch. Ah, thank you for the follow! Right. And now... a tool. Can you tell I like Blue Crown, by the way? Running out of places to put it. Finding Book of Hours streamers is like finding unicorns unironically. I honestly, yeah, when I started streaming this, I thought no one would really be interested. And it was mostly just a thing that I was like, I had resigned myself to playing without really having anyone to talk to. And I thought it was like just very self-indulgent. Like this is the kind of thing that no one would really care about. And then I've gotten multiple people coming in, just finding me off of Twitch, who are just like watching the Book of Hours streams like a hawk. It's a very small community, but I'm glad it's a very like close-knit community. We're all the fact that there isn't like a million people streaming it and a million people watching it means that I can be a bit more chatty with specific people and like get to know all of you. And that makes me happy. This place bears the unmistakable traces of worms, the serpents, which are no serpents. They are almost certainly gone, but we'll take no chances. Worms are difficult to evict from buildings, but much harder to evict from people. Can't hear or see anything for a bit. Wicked 2, it's a white supremacy criticism, bozo, ads are blaring. Oh, I'm sorry. Ads. I kind of hate that I have to have ads to make anything off of this. But, yeah. I was just broadly talking about, I think it's really neat that the Book of Hours community is small enough that, you know, there aren't a million people streaming it, so people end up finding me when I stream it, and there aren't so many people watching it that I can't have like a more direct chats with chat. It makes me happy to get to know people. More Blue Crown there. There's a lesson for weaving and not working. That is a new skill. We can then immediately upgrade. Here we go. The Jail Hall. Here the guards and the prisoners would take their meals. Sometimes callers, too, would descend from his tower and discuss philosophy with poisoners, ethics with Antaians, theology with Levites. Afterwards, he would generally burn his notes. It's hard to start watching Book of Hours because if you haven't finished your first playthrough, anyone ahead of you could be reading out exactly how to get an early game Newman, and why it's so useful as soon as you join the chat. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Right. Ah! The yearly stipend is here. Let's see. New Invisible Opera Visitor. What does this potentially open up? A worm-gnawed kitchen. Right. Spring should be better for gathering than winter, so let's go ahead and use our sea stories. Is Anna typewriter maxing? I was gone for a bit. Have you figured out hosting guests in salons yet? We actually did so earlier this very stream. It was actually earlier on this this last Monday. I did a big stream for my birthday, and so when I came here, Base suggested that I have a second birthday party in game, so I did. We invited Denzel, Serena Blackwood, Princess Coquille, Asan Fekri, and Senor Corso Revert. And I learned a lot of stuff. That's actually why I have any knowledge of, what was it? Path and Pilgrim, and, the other one that I got for the first time there was, Purifications and Exaltations. Salons give you lessons? Yes, they do. Basically, the way it broadly works, I won't give you too many specific spoilers, but how well you prepared the salon gives you an amount of time that you can spend there. And for each amount of time that you can spend there, you have to put in a specific element of the soul. They ask for a very specific one, so make sure all of them are available. And when you put in elements of the soul, you get lessons out. And it basically means that, like, if you prepare properly, lessons are completely a completely renewable resource forever. Which means we no longer have to use Numa for everything. Right. So, speaking of, actually, lessons, let me check my Tree of Wisdoms. It's been a minute. I decided the Great Signs and the Great Scars was Horamakastri. They only stick around for the one event, sadly, but yeah. I will say, keeping a bunch of people at your house while you prepare everything and make sure that, like, everything's happening at the right time is a great reason to use the bed mechanics that are very underused in the main game. Oh, hi, Copper Dinosaur! In theory, you could max every skill if you're patient enough. Yeah, you can technically do that in the base game, but you would have to use many faceted lessons, and that is a pain in the ass. Alright, Edicts Martial. All the hours are defined by their opposition to other hours, just as we are defined by the battles we choose. This is a matter of the Horamakastri wisdom. When we name our differences, we learn our enemies. When there are no names, there are no enemies. This is a matter of the Illumination wisdom. I'll go with, Illumination for the Edicts Martial. That gets us an extra Faust. And allows us to skip a lot of Hushery. What about Birdsong? Oh yeah, I still haven't decided where I want to put Rhyme and Remembrance yet. I think that... What do people use Numa for? Mulching redundant skills? Also, I have forgotten. Why does one want to skip past parts of the trees? In theory, it's just if you're trying to make your way up a ladder and get, like, more stuff. Some people want to fill out the tree, and there aren't enough skills to fill out the entire tree in the game. But if you skip parts of the tree, you can. I don't know if there's any actual point to it, but it's fun to do. Righto. Okay. Skipping also gives you more potential options for committing a skill. Yeah. So, like, in the future, when I get new skills, I won't have to tediously grind them all up, I can, if I need to, I can just slot them into the earlier areas. Dr. Peel! Hello! Welcome, welcome! Exile, Riddlemonger, Thunderskin devotee. I'd rather say confidant. Impeccably dressed, but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show. Dark the dressings, too, at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. Dr. Peel, my friend Base, wants you to know that, that they love you. He kind of just gave me an odd look, like he couldn't quite believe it. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1. Oh, a consulting engineer. Okay, we do need lots and lots and lots of forge. Okay. Let's have Dr. Peel take a little break. Huh. I am having... Oh, there we go. He's okay with the Motley Tower. I think this game manages to avoid a lot of tedium by giving you the option of just raw every soul fragment as a potential daily action and go ham for a day. Yeah. It's interesting, because, like, as you get more of these cards, you're almost developing, like, your ability to multitask. Like, at the beginning of the game, I was using every single soul card every single day. But I haven't done that for a while, just because it became more of a pain in the ass to figure out what to do with some of them on some days than it was to just, like, skip them. Okay. So, how are we going to do this? We've got four forge. And we need to get 12. Yeah, 12. Means we need 8 forge from everything else. As I recall... the engineer can probably use metal. So we might be able to make up the difference with some steel wire. Early game when you haven't made Health Plus yet because you don't know about the evolution and can just harvest 5 different nectar stations in the gardens a day. It's the greatest. Yeah. I mean, I have 4 health at the moment. Which reminds me. We're gonna start bothering the bees. Could be going absolutely ham. Bee-maxing! Yes! Right. I'm gonna start by collaborate metal. Then I've got my Weston Griard Arab here. This, by the way, has been a godsend because it's allowed us to do a lot of cooking and a lot of gathering that we otherwise would... Like, basically, this allows us to cook infinitely. Extremely valuable. Alrighty. As for... So that's, okay. 1, 2... We now need 6 out of 3 more things. Or a couple more things. 2 of that's coming from a memory. So that brings us up to 8. How did you make all that dinner for us the other night? Oh, hun, that was the mental illness I got from reading about the naked bullfight, about naked bullfighting. I actually got it from reading too much about plants. Alrighty, I hope you like it. I made it from vegetables and regret. Truly, the librarian is a bizarre existence. Like, they're very nice. If you go to visit them, they're the nicest person you've met. And then they'll just say something like, they'll say something like that, or they'll make you drink Solomon's preparation, which, as far as I can tell, is just morphine. And then just do some weird shit. Better than the skin shuck mead. Oh god, yeah. Imagine someone saying, like, here, drink this, and they hand you skin shuck mead. Okay, what am I doing? Well, this Gale is now not doing anything for us, in terms of the engineer. Because we're going for Forge here. So, we can do something with Sky or Heart. No. Oh, right, the funniest skill description. Weaving and not working. He 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 he. He. Valentine DeWolf. Need you to go scare off the gargoyles. Here's this flute. And alcohol. Yeah. I have fed a lot of dubious alcohol to people. in my 2 careers as a librarian. And that's not even getting into dubious foods, such as, God, where did we leave it? Where did we leave the incredibly dubious food that Base made me make? No, that's baked pear meringue. I don't remember where exactly we put it, but Base made me make mushroom whip. And I don't know exactly what I was thinking. Oh yeah, we did put it in Solomon's room, didn't we? Yes, mushroom meringue. What in the Wolf Divided's most splintered name hath here been wrought? Why did you make me do this? Oh, I know what to use this for. Let's see here. Wrapped in the King. No. Detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. Oh, Automod? Hold on. What's happening? One moment. Let me fix that. There we go. For dessert, I made pears. No, I don't know why they're glowing. Shut up. Sorry, my setup is such that, I can see your chats, but I can't necessarily see everything Twitch wants to tell me. I'm working on dealing with that. Oh, Gorse again. Whispering Sand, huh? Okay. That corpse eating book always pops up when I'm trying to show someone how neat this game is. Yeah. I mean, mission successful? They can't handle a little corpse eating, then they were probably never gonna like this game. Or Codex Encephali. Yeah. Oh. No, hold on. Right. We've done collaboration. Have a spanner. One thing that bewilders me is how they'll turn this esoteric filled writing into a CRPG. They're trying to do what Disco Elysium did with over-the-top political commentary with their own weird magical world. I am excited for Traveling at Night. I'm not certain that it'll function well with like Alexis Kennedy's strengths as a writer, but I am excited to see where they're going with it. There's a foresight memory. Yeah, okay, we should be good. Here we go, foresight. Unless they're going especially weird, I foresee one roadblock, needing at least to pretend there is a cohesive path for the plot. Yeah. Okay. Collaboration, check. Tool, check. Memory, currently going. So we're going to need another 3. We got beeswax. And grapes. I think Cultist Sim was too punishing and Book of Hours too relaxed. I'd like to see something more balanced. I don't think either of them are too anything. I think they're all perfect for what they are. I couldn't imagine a less punishing Cultist Sim, and I couldn't imagine a less relaxed Book of Hours, really. Oh no. I thought that you could... Fuel, that's the one. There we go. Scintillate oil. honestly, it's probably about time, now that I have money, to start ordering things again. We just used some scintillate oil, so let's start with that. And once again, let's grab some flour. Hours where the punishment mechanic would have made me eat sand. Imagine needing to make quotas for the governmental body to get your stipend. I think it's entirely intentional how relaxed it is. Yeah, I definitely think that it's almost relaxed in reaction to Cultist Sim. That they wanted to go all the way to the other side. I do think that putting traveling at night somewhere in the middle would be a good idea. Especially since this is a slightly more traditional kind of game. So most people are going to be at least familiar with, like, how it plays compared to these other things. Like, you know, obviously, Disco Elysium isn't exactly traditional, but at least it's something that... A CRPG is something people can comprehend and have seen before. Each flame has its fuel. And finally, for that last little bit leading to the 12 we need, how about a lovely cup of Dawn Lion coffee, which has totally not been sitting here for 8 years. I also like the differences in power and access and safety the librarian has. I mean, 3 of the cultist's core attributes make one of the librarians. Kinda, yeah. Let's see. Stock up on milk. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Kybele, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the efficient. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. Ah, Earth Sign! Shows how much more prepared even a half-drowned rat person scrabbling around for boxes of tea in the Cursed Darkness version of a librarian is in this world, rather than a mere cultist attempting to understand. Yeah. Evidently, it's mostly this that, like... I feel like more people in this setting would know stuff if it wasn't for the fact that the Suppression Bureau is so on everyone's ass. Right, Earth Signs go over here. Right, extra grapes. check something. Also, the organizations like the Curia and the Church of the Unconquered Sun and the Sisterhood of the Knot all keep falling apart or being torn apart. Also, Calypta has ways other than the Suppression Bureau, though through a bit of duplicity and confusion, she can bring down any idea. Interesting. Cold pheasant with grape salad. Which reminds me. You know the darkness of the unknown can infect things you are most certain of, right? Maybe we are just brains in jars. There's that Crazy Man interview where he calls out the Bureau as Calyptra's puppet. Forget if there's any other recordings or notes that can indicate that. And... Alright, do we go up? Or do we go left? Up has the typewriter. You probably want me to do the typewriter. Early on in my first playthrough, rolling phonograph recording on a nocturnal cataloged book was a mind-blowing experience. Had never thought of knowledge in the library being recorded or filmed. Wonder what time and timeline traveling at night will be in. Yeah. Oh, they both have typewriter. Well, this one looks like it has a desk, though. So I think that we go up. That also means we'll have 4 directions to go in next time instead of just 3. Ah, right, Dr. Peel. Yes, just in time. The day, the night, and here we are again in the day. Marvelous. The Invisible Opera. I've suggested they perform it in the dark. Too rarely does anyone listen to what I'm saying. Too often they think I'm joking. The opera is dedicated to Therezaref the Magpie, name of the moth. Therezaref is a troublemaker, perhaps the paramount troublemaker. I suppose I have a certain knack for trouble myself, but I acknowledge the master. So there will be alarms, excursions, possibly exsanguinations, but from even the most irresponsible phoenix, we can hope to rescue an egg. He's so mad at this one. Yeah. Alrighty, Right, what was the moth book that I'd been using? Yes, 6 Letters on Necessity, that was the one. The Magpie would generally deputize a lesser power to arrange a suitable disaster at the opera, but he has been known to attend the performances himself, and now I have an idea how I might encourage him to do so. Thank you, librarian. I've been needing a chat with Ferizera for a very long time indeed. Story of the Cucurbit is my favorite little thread, followed by Ava DeWolf, though Serena and Rowena are also kick-ass characters to learn about. The whole thing with the prison used to be my favorite, but the Ava DeWolf story ended up rocketing up to my top spot as soon as I figured out that she has living descendants. And that I was actually able to meet a DeWolf, a member of the DeWolf line, just under a different name. Last Baroness had secrets, yeah. For those who don't know, it's Yvette Southey. She is almost certainly a direct descendant of Ava DeWolf. About 2 generations out. Just a moment. One sec. Sorry, got my dinner here. Yeah, so, okay. Let's take a quick break to go over my evidence for this, because I know it's a big thing. So, Pale Bust, a delicate-featured young woman. An inscription reads, Abra Southey. Let me go ahead and check my notes once again. Just like I did when I explained exactly which hours were in both the Chancel and Calyptra. Okay. So, the accepted story is that the DeWolf line ends with Ava, who drowns along with her grandchildren. In Lady Ava's repose, Father Theo brings up the theory that Ava's grandchildren are still alive. Quote, we might easily choose to believe that the grand twins escaped, even if they live yet beyond the sea. Then in the second half of A Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines, Lord Franklin Bancroft says, Ava's biographer claims that before her drowning death, her child by Bancroft was adopted by her friends the Southies, that the child would become the sister of the late poet laureate Robert Southey. No real evidence is provided in support of this claim. Then we get the bust of Abra Southey in the librarian's quarters. The bust bears a slight but definite resemblance to the many depictions of the notorious Ava de Wolf. But surely Ava bore only a son, and her granddaughters died young. And then, of course, we eventually meet Dr. Yvette Southey, who playwright, philologist, psychoanalyst, as happy as questions as with answers, and her interested her interests are in moon and winter, which are extremely Ava coded. And then during the affair of the Rising While, she says this: "I'm here about a dream. I know, physician, interpret thyself, all that. Indulge me. I've been dreaming of a desert temple in moonlight. I don't think I want to tell you the rest, not even by day. I'm sorry, may I see the collection? You know that an uncommon number of my family have drowned. My mother used to joke about the family curse, say that she would bring us up in the desert. I used to laugh too. I don't, not anymore. But thank you, librarian." So, reference to a family history of drowning and a possible curse. Now, the one problem with this, notably, is the timing. So the line would go, Ava de Wolf, then Abra Southey, probably someone in the middle of that as well. Ava de Wolf, then an unnamed child, then Abra Southey, then Yvette Southey. There might be some more generations in there. And the problem is that Ava drowned in 1759, and this game takes place much later. But Yvette Southey also has another note later on during heck, I don't remember which one it was. My note doesn't have it written down where this is from. But oh no, it was the Reckoner War incident. The one that's like vaguely based on the Exile DLC. I've been looking into family history again, and I can't make the records line up. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but I hope I'll find it here. The records do line up if a certain Brandkrug resident bore a child at the chronological age of 49, which might be possible if she'd traded extra years of life with Reckoners. That raised more questions than it answered, but I think I might have half an answer now. So yeah, she outright says that she's related to a resident, a certain Brandkrug resident. So yes, there's my evidence. Yvette Southey is a de Wolf. What? Another glinting cranial tchotchke? I did not know that could happen. I guess they wanted to reward me for my excellent detective work. Ah. Deer Day lens. You know what? I think this would look great in, I think this would look great in the Long Tower. And bingo. Ah, and the bust of Sir David Green. That would be number 8, the one that came directly after Thirza Blake, I believe. And Brian Levinson, and we're still missing Gervinus van Loren. He's probably somewhere over here. How long has it been? We've been going for almost 6 hours now. Probably only another day to go, but it has been fun. Hmm. Drums and dances. Right. Lovely. Right, drums and dances 2, there we are. All right, what now for our probably last day for this session? heck, I never actually sent my TRN Limited order form. We got a poet today. Winter Moth Sky. Could do winter. All of those help us. Definitely something that we can do. I think right off the bat, I'm going to hand him the Deer Day lens. For 6. Got the Nocturnary here. Let's see. Herbs and infusions. Actually. Add Thyrsa's cordials. Oh, heck. right, leafy. We can use... Yeah, okay. I'll wait on that until my Arab is done cooking here. All right, you got your tool. Now, we're gonna hand you some flowers. Oh god, Ava's locks. Workstations. All right, got the Memory of Storm, and got sixpence. Now, Rain, Weston Griard Arab, with Rights of the Roots, and add... No, okay. I keep forgetting which workbench we're doing this at. Bam, 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 bam. And bam, we make Lethe. Okay. Next step. Storm memory. Oh, maybe you can make the upgrade to Lethe too. Maybe. And Blue Crown Tea. It's very nice with poets because you can give them both Blue Crown and Blue Crown Tea for basically a free +4 sky and winter. The gulls have made this their kingdom, and they have grown intolerant of interlopers. We'll have to pacify or discourage them. I like to imagine the poet poeting at the gulls fervently. Yeah. He's reading the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. We'll be fine. Okay. We would need a memory. Obviously, Lethe goes here. There's your knife. We would need these 2 slots to make 6, and we can only get 2 easily from a memory. So, I don't think we can make Marakat. Oh, if one of the ingredients is Pyrus or a Calcanus, that's a good idea. Oh my god, we can do this! Okay, this will be the big capstone of our session today. We are doing this. Alright. I want an earth sign. Give me an earth sign wrapped in the king. Let's go ahead and reread our cannibalism book. Don't know if the Bittersweet Certainty will do anything, but I just don't want these. I don't want more Ava's locks. They take up too much space. And here we go. The Gull Colony. Through all the Isle's long years, the gulls, heedless of our affairs, have taken their due from the sea and returned to the rocks. Careful where you step. One thing I love about the caves is that you can come at it from like 3 separate angles. Okay. In this very kitchen range, we have an earth sign. In the tracks of beasts, in the convolutions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. Endgame nectar recipes are so much easier. Lethe? Check. Hairs? Check. Knife, knife, knife. Check. Oh. Wait. Okay. That's not what we intended. That's Sacrament Malachite. Is that better? The same? You know what? Let's not use the Lethe for now and see if we can kind of just, do any of these flowers give exactly 2 nectar? I mean, yeah, but if I can make some, I want to make some. Yeah, there's the Sacrament Malachite. No, the phosphorescent scrapings won't work. Flower, root, and leaf all work. Hmm. Oh. Wait, I'm a fool. We should still have some time. Okay, so check this out. Trick shot. Thyrsa's cordials from a single moth orchid. Admittedly, hold on. Now let's use that Lenten rose. Thyrsa's cordials from a single Lenten rose. Ah, opening the sky. Sorry. Eventually, the sun in rags always brings its beautiful ending. More honey. Catwink. And sixpence. The intimations of skin. I see. Okay. Thyrza's Cordials. Western Griard Arab. The Rights of the Roots. An Earth Sign. Thyrza's Cordials. Hydrus Orichalcunus. And the knife makes Sacrament Malachite. Let's replace our Lethe where it was right there. My apologies. Another rainy day. Well, I guess we could make some more Lethe. Book of Hours collateral trick shot. Actually, wait. There's his cordials. That could just be whatever. And now... and pour that out. Blue crown. We make additional blue crown tea. We take our bittersweet certainty that we saved from last night. We take the flowers. We take the tea. You take the moon and you take the sun. And we craft some Solomon's preparation. Oh, I mean, I guess I'm just making Thyrza's cordials. I don't actually need to make another Lethe right this moment. Oh, and I completely forgot to check over here. Well, it's fine. We're just gonna make some money today. I don't plan on opening another part of the house this late. Blue Crown Tea. Replace the one that we lost. Sacrament Malachite. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Ringyu, the hour which had also been called the Malachite. The name of the roots of the blood of the buzzing within. And to finish out the day, maybe one more book. Let's see what we can do. Something simple. We got Hyksos. That's going to be tricky. Just based on, just based on the kind of, stuff that, is allowed in there. Like, basically, you got a thing that requires edge, but a film projector that bans edge on its own. So you have to find ways to sneak edge into it. And beeswax. One more time. Ah, Cater and Hero. The Tantra of Worms. The entomologist Juliana Zawitowski eventually came to insist that this text was written by insects inhabiting a human skin. She never presented evidence for her claim. There are diagrams. The diagrams are not good to look upon. Coil and Chasm. Worms, 7 coils, dangerous places, how earthquakes are bound and why they are released. And Sunset Passages. Funerary Prayers from the Church of the Unconquered Sun. Neat. We'll put both of those here. Or wait, now. A U-blank and mackerel. Catwink. Lots and lots of Catwink, because we're going to need a lot of ink to do salons in the future. Until I find more salt things. We're going to put even more Blue Crown there. And I'll put this U-blank here in preparation for making more Pyrus or a Calcanus next time. The typewriter is ink. Oh. Oh, I've been wasting my time making so much Catwink, huh? Oof. We have Fost, Metal, and Arab left over. We can do a couple last little things. Arab plus Great Signs, free Witching Tisane. Okay. There we go. Oh, we have the TRN limited package, too. The suitcase had Roscragon whiskey in it. Nice. No, actually, hold on. That can go in the wine cellar. Another Viper Egg! And Wichiti-san. And more honey. Cronsicords are technically typewriters. Oh boy. And there we go. Hold on a second. This will be stream save 5. And there we go. Right. Well, that's it for tonight. I had a lot of fun with everyone. Yeah. Thank you all so much for coming. I love you all. And I will see you again, most likely next Wednesday, possibly earlier if, anyone wants to tune into the Saturday stream. Yes! I have had a great time. I always have a great time with Book of Hours. Righto. Let's see. Who can we raid? Senti. Senti's on. There we go. Or, no. Whoops. Slash raid. I always forget that. Slash raid, not exclamation mark raid. Righto. Thank you all so much for coming, everybody. Have a great evening. Love you all. Bye-bye.